outline, we're going to talk about what healthy living is, the dimensions of healthy living, some of the aspects of it, physical, mental, sexual, and social well-being, and then we will conclude. So, what is health? According to the World Health Organization, health is a state of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely just the absence of disease or infirmity. So what that means is health doesn't just mean that you're not sick. It also means that mentally you're well, socially you're well, physically you're well. And we go a little bit further because we also want you to be spiritually well, intellectually well, and financially well for full health. And that we call this the holistic approach. So in terms of the dimensions of health and wellness, as we see, you can have the emotional and mental, where you can be from depressed to happy. In terms of your intellectual, you can be from ignorant to informed. In physical, you can be from unfit to fit. For social, from lonely to involved. From spiritual, unfulfilled to fulfilled. And in terms of your total outlook, either it's negative or positive. And in terms of this presentation, we're trying to get everybody on the right side to have a positive outlook on health and wellness. So you might say, what is health? Health is determined by many different factors, and it can be by family in terms of genetics, life cycle, relationships, occupation, community, and social expectation. All of these come together when we talk about health and to make our health a good one. When we talk about the path to health and to longevity, it's a very long and complicated path that involves many different aspects. It involves our family, our friends, our life, what our purpose is, life balances, stress management, our proper diet, gratitude and thankfulness for different things, how we are physically active, and how we are in terms of mind, body healing. All of these aspects go together in terms of our path to making it a healthy living. So not for anybody to answer, but just to throw there, everybody can answer in their head. In terms of at work, are you more likely to be an A or are you more likely to be a B? So we're trying to figure out if you enjoy, if you love the type of work and what you're doing. At lunchtime, will your meal more than likely look like A or will your meal more than likely look like B? Now, when work is complete, had a long day, which are one of the things that you're most likely to do? Are you most likely to do A or are you more likely to do B? For the men, are you more likely to do A or after a long day of work, is it more likely to do B? And all of these different aspects put us in terms of health and our path to healthy living. And it brings up a topic that I just want us to think about, natural death versus suicide. Do people die or do they actually commit suicide? And by this, I mean by our actions, our wrong actions, and how we treat ourselves and how we treat our life. It may be most inadvertently, but sometimes by the way we live, the things we do, we may cause ourselves to have an incomplete lifespan. So I need us to take a holistic approach and for us to think back on ourselves, think back on our lives, the things that we do, and to think of if we are trying to extend our lives by the things that we do, or if we are trying to shorten our lives by the things that we do. And I want us to focus more on doing the things that give us longevity and extend our lives. Now, various studies were done and they showed that health is neglected for various needs. And it depends on which one of our needs is more important. If wealth is more important, then persons pursue job, pursue status more. If power is more important, prestige, or if knowledge is more important, where you study, go to school, get various certificates in education, and there are different things that people hold in their lives that as more important. And we want you to hold health as more important because all of these things come in the form of health. Meaning that if you make a bunch of wealth and you don't take care of your health, then at the end of the day, you have to spend the wealth that you've accumulated in order to heal yourself. So in your path, as you go along, we want you to stay healthy so you can enjoy your wealth. So in terms of the path to healthy living, we're going to talk about physical health. And physical health involves physical activity. And this activity is composed of three parts. One part being strength building. And strength building is like lifting weights and all of these different types of exercises that help us to build up our strength. And next one is flexibility, like yoga. And those help us to be more flexible, more movable in the things that we do, help our joints to be more supple. And then we have endurance. And this is usually cardiovascular exercises or things that speed up our heart rate. And these can be things like jogging, running, using a treadmill, playing basketball, all of these various activities. And they help to build our endurance. And when you exercise, you're supposed to try and make sure that it is a composite of all three, building your strength, building your flexibility, along with building your endurance. Now, did you know that 80% of adults do not get the recommended amount of exercise? Along with that, 43% of adults suffer adverse effects from stress. And if you know, exercise can help and resolve stress. And 70 to 90% of physician visits are stress related. And this is from the CDC, the Center for Disease Management. So we need you to do things in your life that make you less stressed because this accounts for a lot of physician visits throughout the year. So when we talk about physical health and exercise, as you can see from this pictogram, there are many different benefits in terms of healthy living. And this is the green line that we see. The more you exercise, the more the benefits of exercise increase. You also can see the red line, and the red line shows the more you exercise, the more your risk of harms like sprains, strains, and different things that there are. But they did various studies which showed that when you get your maximum benefit and your least amount of risk and harm for exercise is when you exercise roughly 150 minutes per week. So we want everyone to try as much as possible to get at least 150 minutes of exercise per week. And that accounts for 30 minutes of exercise 5 days out of the week. And we think we can do that. I like to put it in a way that you have 24 hours in a day. And just for your health, I only need a half of one of those 24 hours. And for the other 23 and a half hours, you can do whatever you want, but at least put in half an hour for yourself and to make yourself healthy on a day-to-day basis. When we also talk about physical health, we have to talk about our nutrition and our diet. And our nutrition and our diet deals with our food intake and our nutrient content from our foods. Now, a lot of persons who I see, most of the time say they don't like fruits, they don't like vegetables, or they eat it in a limited amount. Or when they eat fruits and vegetables, they think they may be eating a lot. They're like, yeah, man, doc, I eat fruits like twice a week or vegetables 3 times a week. But I'm here to say that that is not enough. We want the amount of fruits and vegetables that you have on a day-to-day basis to be increased. So to give people an idea and have them understand it better, I usually say, just like how you have a meat or a protein with every meal, and the same way you have a starch with every meal, we want you to have a fruit and a vegetable with every meal. So try and aim for at least 3 fruits and 3 vegetables each day. Now, when we talk about vegetables, many persons say they don't like fruits, they don't like vegetables, but there are many variety of fruits and vegetables that we have. We have native ones, foreign ones, and out of all of the various fruits and vegetables that we have within the world and within our archipelago, I know that everyone can find at least 5 of them that they like. And again, in terms of our physical health, we also have to talk about our fluid intake. And in terms of our fluid intake, we want you to know that we want you to have a reduced amount of sugars. So that sugars that's added to stuff like tea, coffee, Kool-Aid, lemonade. Also, we want you to reduce sugars that you have in juice, sodas, all of these things. We want you to keep it in a limited amount. I know some persons tell me, well, doc, I only have 100% juice, so I think I could drink all. And I always tell people so they can get an idea. If you have a 4-ounce glass or 8-ounce glass of juice, imagine how much oranges you had to use in order to get that 8 ounce of glass filled up. And that's about 10 to 15 oranges. And I asked someone, would you just sit down and eat 10 to 15 oranges at one time? Most persons would say no. So I say you have to be cognizant of the fact when you drink those glasses of juice, even though it's 100%, there's a high volume of sugar in those. And we prefer you to eat your juice in the form of fruits rather than drink it. Again, all of these fruits and vegetables add fiber to our diet, and it helps us towards having a more healthy digestion. So in terms of physical health, we also have to think about alcohol and drugs. We want you to avoid and stay from narcotics, marijuana, cigarettes. If you have them, then we want you to limit them or even quit. Along with this is pharmaceutical meds. And when I say pharmaceutical meds, I am more concerned about the ones that you purchase without a prescription, meaning going in the shop to buy pain meds, going in the shop to buy cough and cold medication. Nowadays, persons have pharmacies that they can go and get the black and red pill for antibiotics and different things like that. We want you to be more healthy about things, and we want you to limit your use of these medications because these can put an adverse health risk on you. By you taking too much pain medications, it can cause damage to the liver, cause damage to the stomach, lead to ulcers. So we want that to be limited. We prefer you to do it in an area that is confined, that is safe, that your physician knows about and can guide you on the proper use of it. In terms of antibiotics, every time persons usually have a cough and cold, they want to grab the red and black pill, take 2 doses of it, and say, boom, I'm cured. But we want you to know that most cough and colds are due to viruses, and antibiotics do not help with it. And so, on the natural course, in about 2 to 3 days, your body will get rid of it in any event. And by you taking antibiotics, you increase the risks of your body for resistance, which means that when it's time for the antibiotics to be used, the bacteria in the body will be so used to it that it won't work. So we want you to be mindful of these stuff in order to have a healthy lifestyle and healthy living. Again, with physical health, we want you to make sure that you seek medical care and that you have self-care by you getting your routine checkup. Make sure that your cholesterol is in target. Check your blood pressure, your blood glucose. Make sure all of those are where they are supposed to be. And if not, do things that will help them get them in control, even if it means you having to take medication to help with that journey. We have something called the BMI or the body mass index, which we will talk a little about in the next slide. And also in terms of your routine checkup, for the men, we want you to get your prostate checked. Women, we want you to get the breasts, your pap smears. For both persons, we want you to have your colonoscopy. Make sure all of that is right once you're over the age of 50. And we also want you to have your immunizations. And these are for children, young adults, and even as we get older in our 65 and older, there are even more immunizations that we can get to prevent us from having certain conditions and certain infections, such as pneumonias and different things. So we want you to be educated. We want you to be up to date so we can have a path to healthy living. And if you have any medications that's prescribed, we advise you to take it as prescribed. And if you have any problems, any reactions with the medication, then we want you to have a conversation with your physician, discuss it with them so they can give you a better path to healthy living and so you can reduce the side effects that you're having, if indeed it is from the medications. So in terms of body mass index, what it is a crude idea where we get person's weight and their height, and we come up with whether you are normal weight, underweight, overweight, or obese. Now, they did several studies within the archipelago of the Bahamas, and all of the studies show that within the Bahamas, we have, and it ranges between the different studies, we have a range between about 64 to 85% of persons who are overweight or obese. That's more than half of our population, which means that obesity puts us at risk of certain conditions such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and certain cancers. So we want persons to understand this. We want persons to get in to exercising, eating better, so they can attain more of a healthy weight to reduce their chances of having these conditions. Now, I know some persons say body mass index doesn't account for certain things like muscle mass and different things. Yes, that is correct. But as I said, first, body mass index is a very crude measurement that we use. And the reason we use it is it's very cheap and very efficient that we can use, and we can get a baseline of where you are and tell you where you need to go. Now, there are other tests that can give you a better idea of your fat versus your body mass versus your muscle, but those tests are very, very expensive. And we don't want to give you expensive tests to do if we have a small, simple test that we can do just to give us an idea so we know whether we need to increase our weight, decrease our weight, or we need to try and keep our weight just the way it is. So in terms of our physical health, we have to get plenty rest and we have to get sleep. And in terms of sleep, we say about 6 to 8 hours of sleep per night or per day, depending on the type of work that you do. And this sleep, we want at least about 3 to 4 hours of it to be high quality sleep, which we call stage 4 sleep. And that is that deep sleep that we want everybody to have. Now, in terms of health, we talked about the physical health. Now we're moving on to your mental health. And we say on an ordinary day, there are many day-to-day stresses. But in terms of our day-to-day stresses, as we alluded to earlier, is our outlook on it. So if we wake up in the morning, get ready, go into work, come outside, we are ready, hitting late because we're going to buck into traffic, and we look at our car and see that we have a flat tire. There are various ways that we can react to this. We can get upset, we can get mad, we can get angry, or we can look at it and, hey, I have to change my tire, I have to get it fixed. Let me call for some help. And maybe this tire is flat because if I had rode out earlier, I may have gotten in an accident, so it's saving me from that. So we want you to, in your day-to-day life, even though that you will have stresses that will be there, we want you to try and have a positive outlook on it. Some of our stresses that we have is bills, and bills are for most of us the reason why we work. And some of these bills are bills that we cannot do without, bills that we have like light, food, water. Those are bills that we have to pay. But we also have some bills that are not needs, but wants. I always tell people, you need a shoe, which is correct, but that shoe doesn't necessarily have to be a clock. You may need a tennis, but that tennis doesn't necessarily have to be a Jordan. You may need a car because your car isn't working, but you don't necessarily have to buy a new car. You can buy a used car. So these are different ways and different concepts that we can think in terms of our ordinary day-to-day stresses that we have and how we deal with our finances. because we can have all the time in the world, but no money to enjoy it with. So we have to be mindful of the way we use our money, and we have to find ways where we actually save so we can help with our mental health. And some of the stresses can come from children, relatives, our spouses, significant others, friends, work. All of these different aspects can bring stress in our lives. And like we showed in that pictogram with A and B when you're to work, are you the one who's ripping the paper, ripping your hair out at work? Or you are the one that's nice and calm and relaxed at work and love what you're doing? So in terms of proper health and path to healthy living, we also have to remember about dental care. We have to remember to have proper dental hygiene by brushing after each meal, flossing daily, and sometimes scraping the tongue with a scraper. And most of the times, most toothbrushes nowadays have them on the opposite side of the toothbrush. And we have to do all of these things that include self-care in order to have a nice, healthy outlook on life. And sometimes this involves doing our hair, doing our nails, relaxing, taking those time out where we can actually meditate, think on things for us to be more relaxed during our day-to-day activities. Now, in terms of mental health, there's also loneliness. And in terms of loneliness, we want everyone to try as much as possible to have persons that you can talk to, have persons that are confidants that you can speak things with. Even if it's your doctor, it could be a family, it could be a best friend, someone that you can talk to when things are happening, when you're going through things. There's always someone who is willing to listen, who's willing to hear what you have to say. It may be a priest, it may be someone else, or you can just go to your local clinic and speak to your doctor if there's anything, or nurse, if there's anything going on, because we also care about your mental health and we want you mentally well. Again, various ailments such as diabetes, high blood pressure, cancer, when you hear these news, it puts a lot of stress on our body, makes us depressed, puts us in denial. We're not claiming it. Sometimes we need to seek medical help where we get counseling. And counseling is not a bad thing. It's just to help us get through a process that we are going through, that we're having difficulty coping with. So with this, we want you to see your healthcare provider if there's any undue stress that's going on that you feel that you're having difficulty coping with. And we're there to help you to this journey, and we're there to help you to mental wellness. Now, who feels like this? There are only 2 times I feel stressed, in the day and at night. Otherwise, I'm good. If this is going on with you, like I said, let us know. Let someone know. And we are here to help you through that journey so you can go from being stressed to having energy, feeling revived and happy. Now, in terms of stress management, there's a pyramid that we have that shows us different components of health and stress management. At the bottom, which is the main important one, and the pillar of it is time management. A lot of times we procrastinate with things. If we have deadlines, we like to wait till the last minute, because sometimes we say that's where we focus better, that's where we get our best energy, that's where we get our best ideas. But I'm here to tell you, no, that's not the way you do it. If you have a project, you have a due date, set an earlier due date than it is already due, and do it at that time. And then you can relax. When it comes closer to the due date, you can even review the project, review the work that you have done, because it's already solidified in your head, and you get to add different things about it. You get to sleep on it, and you make it an even better idea. So if you have any reports, anything to do, we want you to try as much as possible to manage your time better. And manage your time in terms of waking up, getting to work. All of these things help with time management. And we have to have good time management skills as adults, because our kids, our nieces, our nephews, the persons around us watch us, they see what we do, and they emulate us. So let's put our best foot forward. Along with stress management, we have to have relaxation. And in relaxation, sometimes we just need time to ourselves, what we call me time. And this can be a day at the spa, a day at the beach, just watching the waves, relaxing, reading a book for some persons, maybe watching TV. But you need to know what helps with you in order to de-stress and relax after you had those hard and tough days. Exercise is one of the ways where we can relieve stress because exercise has an important role in terms of it releasing endorphins. And endorphins are that feel good hormone that helps us to feel good, feel happy about ourselves, and give us the energy to go through our day-to-day process. Also, through exercising, it allows us to clear our head. It allows us to mentally go through the day that we had, sort things out, and put everything in a better and organized fashion. Another part of stress management is healthy eating. A lot of times when we get stressed, some of us like to binge eat, some of us like to eat chocolates, drink alcohol, those different things, smoke a cigarette to help and relieve our stress. We want you to have healthy eating and healthy lifestyle when you're stressed to help and resolve your stress. And to realize that there are different viewpoints and that more there are more than one way to get to the right answers. So sometimes just because someone doesn't share your same view, doesn't share your same idea, doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. But you have to be open to various viewpoints and various ideas because we are all in this together to help everything, whether it's at work, whether it's at home, whether it's in the school, to help things move forward in a positive fashion. So respect other person's viewpoint, learn and listen from it. Again, we want everybody involved in a loving relationship. And a loving relationship doesn't have to be a husband, a wife, doesn't have to be a girlfriend, a boyfriend. It could be a good friend, a close friend, someone that you can talk to, call upon, someone who you mightn't talk to for 4 months. But when you speak to them, it feels like yesterday was the last time and you can resolve and start discussing any topic that you feel comfortable. So we need everyone to have these healthy, comfortable, loving relationships where you can discuss and talk about anything that may be going on in your life. And last at the top of the pyramid is that spiritual integration, where we want persons and everybody has their different spiritual beliefs. And we want you to make sure that you are in tune with your spiritual belief, that you read your Bible or whatever book that you believe in, and that you do your prayers and everything so that you can have your spiritual health on target. We want you to go to church or your assembly that you go to in order to make yourself well from top straight to the bottom. So in terms of coping with mental health, when you're stressed, again, I'll stress it again, we want you to avoid having large amounts of caffeine, having large amounts of alcohol, because even though for the time period, it may make you feel a little better, make you forget about what's going on, it increases your risk for certain problems. It increases your risk for blood pressure, increases your risk for liver disease and various other side effects which we want to keep away from. We want you to indulge in physical activity. Like I said, it releases endorphins. We want you to get more sleep, at least 6 to 8 hours of sleep, helps you relax, helps you to focus better. And we want you to learn relaxation techniques. And this is mindfulness. This can be learning how to refocus, counting to 10, taking deep breaths in and out, learning how to breathe, learning how to have the right posture. And we want you to learn different techniques that you can use when you're feeling stressed, when you're about to get stressed, to help you de-stress and relax and come back down. And sometimes a relaxation could be going on vacation. And what I tell persons is when you go on vacation, I want you to vacate from what you're normally doing. So you can't go on vacation and then have a ton of lists of things to do, because then that's not a real vacation because you don't get to relax and enjoy yourself like you should. Want you to talk to someone that you feel close to. You can find a priest, you can find a physician. If you don't have anybody that you feel close to speak with, who can hear. Some persons like to write. We want you to get a journal, write about your day, what has happened during the day, what things have made you mad, what things you could have done to make the day better, different things, so you can actually look back on your day after the day is complete and see the different things that you can do in order to make the next day even better than the one before. We also want you to take control of your life. And by taking control is having a positive outlook. And there are various things that can happen to you. But again, somebody can throw water on you, but it's the way that you respond to the stress that is there. And we want you to take control of the way that you respond to stress. And we want the way that you respond to stress to be one that is more positive as opposed to one that is negative. Again, we want you to have better time management skills. And one way of this is knowing how to say and when to say no. Sometimes you may have various obligations and persons may be asking you to do something else and your time is already full, and you have to learn how to say, well, I'm not available at that time to do it, but I might could help you next week or the week after. But we have to learn sometimes that we can't always say yes. And we have to do it for the betterment of ourselves and the betterment of our health. Because somebody's emergency or somebody having an emergency doesn't necessarily make it your emergency, depending on what it is. So you have to put everything in focus. And we want you to embrace mistakes. Day to day, everything that we do, there are mistakes that can be made at home, at the job, by ourselves. There are various mistakes that can be made. And we want you to learn from the mistakes. So don't beat yourself for mistakes, because mistakes will happen, things will happen. But it is an issue if you made a mistake and haven't learned from the mistake and continue to make those same mistakes. So we want you to embrace your mistakes, accept them for what they are, learn from them, decide the things that you can do better in order to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. Again, when we talk about health, wellness, and the path to living healthy, we also have to remember that we have to adopt safe sex practices. And also remember that sex, which has caused the birth of the human being, must not be the cause of the death of human beings. So we also have to adopt safe sex practices. And this involves being in a monogamous relationship with one person who is also in a monogamous relationship. So you have a reliable partners. Use condoms for having sex. Especially for persons who are having sex with multiple partners, to reduce the risk of the chances of sexually transmitted infection. We want you to spread awareness to stop HIV. And we also want you to know your status, to get tested so you know what is going on with your body. And always make sensible and responsible sexual decisions in your day-to-day activities. Because it only takes one mistake to cause a lifelong problem. So we want you to think twice and act once. We want you to act appropriately and responsibility for your health. Again, we talk about social health. And social health is daily contact with family, friends, co-workers, and we want you to have a positive attitude, like I said. And one part of that positive attitude is having good communication. And this communication involves both verbal and nonverbal. And our nonverbal could be the way that we move, the way we use our hands, our face, our expressions. So we have to make sure that we have good nonverbal clues. And we also have to have active listening, where we listen to what the other person is saying, we take it in, and we answer back, and not try to cut persons off when they are speaking and not listen because we are just trying to get our point across. So we have to have effective communication. And again, a part of social health is that intimacy. Sorry, one sec. And that intimacy is not necessarily sexual intimacy, but that togetherness that you share, that bond that you share with someone that is very close to you, that you can discuss various aspects of your life and different things that are going on, and feel comfortable that it won't spread or go anywhere, but it will just be within that one circle that you have. Part of this social health is being in groups, in church groups. We have different activities at church. We have the feeding of the sick. We have parish council. We have finance committee. We have various committees, the choir, various aspects that we can get involved in our church. We want you to be sociable. We want you to get involved in different groups. You may be a person who may not want to be get involved in church groups, but you may want to get involved in sporting activities. You may want to play flag football. You may want to help coach a children's baseball team. So these are different activities, different outlets, different things that we can do in terms of our social health, getting to know persons, getting to speak, and also helps to reduce our stress. And we have also our civic community where we can go and help, and these are different clubs that we can be in order to help and build society and make it a better place for us to live in. Now, to bring it a little bit back home, in terms of morbidity and mortality, there are 10 leading causes of illnesses that accounts for about 80 to 90% of deaths. And most of these leading causes are diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, heart attacks, strokes, cancers, which are major concerns. A majority of these can be prevented, are preventable. And these are prevented by us taking on a path to healthy living, by us exercising, reducing stress, eating appropriately, making sure that we are at our correct weight. And these are the things that we want to promote. Healthy living, so we have a long and healthy life. I tell persons that it's one thing to live long, but even if you live long, you want your quality of life as you live long to be one that is enjoyable. So yes, everybody wants to live long, but to live long, you want to have a good quality of life. So just to recap, some of the things to living healthy entails proper weight management, exercise, meeting our nutritional needs, fruits, vegetables, fiber, substance use or misuse in terms of alcohol, cigarettes, marijuana, other illicit drugs, which we prefer that you stay away from rather than you reduce.
I've heard all that before.
Stress management, and also safe sex practices. So in conclusion, we want you to educate yourself. And today is one of the steps that you have taken in order to educate yourself. Because once you know, you're more aware. Once you're more aware, you can make better choices. And once you make better choices, you can be on the path to healthy living. If you do smoke, we want you to stop smoking. We also want you to lose weight if it's needed, if you're overweight or obese. And we want you to maintain your healthy weight if you are at normal weight. We want you to try as much as possible to eat less. We want you to control your blood pressure, control your blood glucose. Even if you don't have high blood pressure or diabetes, we want you to know your numbers and make sure that they are controlled and they always stay controlled. We want you to relax, meditate, have a more positive outlook as you go through life on a day-to-day basis. We want you to exercise more regularly, at least 30 minutes a day for 5 days out of the week.
Well,
and we also want you to follow
if
the
you do that
advice
when
of
you're
your
about
doctor.
70, it's a bit.
So one thing I want to leave you with is a quote by Henry Ford. And it says, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. So we need you to think positively. And by you thinking positively, you'll be able to do more, focus more, and be on a path to healthy living. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much for a very thorough, a comprehensive, and exciting presentation. You have covered so many different aspects of healthy living and what we need to do to get on that path and to remain on that path. I see some activity going on in the chat. We have a question about vape. Someone would like to know about vape.
What's the question about weight? Sorry.
Vape. Someone is asking about
Oh,
vape.
vapes.
What about vape?
In terms of vapes, I know persons say that instead of smoking, they prefer other things like the hookahs, the vapes, and everything. They have done various studies that actually show that vapes are just as harmful, especially if you have the flavored vapes, because they have substances that actually go into the lungs and they stick into the alveoli or the air sacs of the lungs and cause something what we call pulmonary obliterance and causes problems with our air pockets and us receiving air and oxygen. So in terms of it being, most persons use it as a better or more effective way than smoking. It actually is not. And studies have shown that it leads to more problems rather than not. So we advise you not to vape also. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez. We have a lot of comments coming in saying excellent presentation, very informative, excellent chat, Gomez. Yes, excellent presentation. Thank you. Very informative. Great presentation, Dr. Gomez. An awesome presentation. Very informative. Well done. Much needed conversation. I am so happy that you have found this to be very beneficial. We have someone who says, Patricia Newbold makes me ready to recommence my exercise. Yes, I love to hear it. That is what we want to hear. That is definitely a part of getting on the right path to a healthy living. Much food for thoughts. Much appreciated. Excellent are the comments that continue to roll into the chat. Just for a minute, we want to have conversation with you as well. If you would like to open your mic and express your sentiments, or if you would like to ask a question or share a thought. But while you think if you want to do that, I just want to find out how many people are here from another island. In the chat earlier, I saw that we have people in from Abaco. So thank you. We have Margot Barrington from Cooperstown, Abaco. It is so lovely to have you. Welcome, and we hope we continue to see you at our other upcoming community education forums. Do we have anyone here represented? Oh, we have someone in from Cat Island. We have Andres in the house. This does my heart good. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our family island participants. Yes, we have someone else who is in from Abaco. Someone else who is in from Andres. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you guys for being a part of this forum. There is a question here. Is there any place or resources for one who wants to live healthy? Or resources for one who wants to live healthy? It's a struggle living with health issues. So I'll read that again for you, Dr. Gomez. Is there any place or resources for one who wants to live healthy? It's a struggle living with health issues.
So, yes, there are places and resources for persons who want healthy. Because like I said, health is many and varied. We have to talk about physical health. We have to talk about mental health, dental health. We have to talk about emotional health, all of these different things that we have to get in contact with. I would definitely advise you to go to your physician, speak with your primary care physician, have a conversation with them so they can find out the various aspects of your health that you need assistance with, and that they can fine tune a proper program for you and gear you in the proper path to the persons who are able to give you your path to healthy living.
Okay,
Thank
thank you for that. I recognize our Medical Chief of Staff, Dr. Francis Williams. Please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes, good night, and thank you, Dr. Gomez, for a very informative presentation. I know that Bahamians struggle with health in general. Some of the issues relate to, or some of the questions that they may have include questions about detoxing. I know that there are different definitions of detoxing, but it's something that is quite popular in our culture. I'd like to know if you can address detoxing, the benefits or drawbacks of it, as well as in terms of eating late and how late we should perhaps eat. I will hold off there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Williams, for that question. So the first question is about detoxing, and plenty persons wanting to detox, wanting to have various things done in order to detox. And the issue with detox is it's so wide and varied in terms of the different things that people want to do and can do to detox. Because a simple way of detoxing is just fasting. Fasting from certain foods like sugars, sweets, all of that can be considered a detox. Detox can be increasing the amounts of fruits and vegetables that you consume in order to help and replenish nutrients and electrolytes that you may not have, and to put the body in a more holistic path. But we also have these places that persons go to that offer detox, so to speak, for persons if they're wishing to detox. From the best of my knowledge, and I could be wrong, a lot of them detox in terms of colon health and getting your colon better. In order for you to do any one of these detox, you have to go and see a healthcare provider to make sure that everything is good before you go in order to do it. But in terms of detoxing, what I recommend is that you just change your lifestyle. Include more fruits, more vegetables, more water in your diet, and reduce the amount of sugars, refined sugars that you have. And that is the best form of detox that you can have. Because everything that you do, you want it to be a part of your life, and you want it to become something that you do on a day-to-day basis. So if you eat better, exercise, do those things, quit smoking, no drinking, all of these are the best form of detox and the natural form of detox that you can get involved in. The second question was about how late should you eat? That answer is varied. I usually don't give a timeline in terms of how late you can eat, because various persons may have shift work. So some persons may be a night shift worker from a morning shift worker. But what I usually tell persons is at least 4 hours before your bedtime, let it be your last meal, so that the food is digested and everything is complete before you go off to sleep. So that's a good rule of thumb. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez. We have a question.
Sorry, Dr. Bain. I see an earlier question in the chat asking about Black and Mild, if Black and Mild is better form than cigarettes, and asking about wine in terms of drinking. In terms of Black and Mild is not a better form. Black and Mild is actually fermented. So it actually has more carcinogens and everything in it. So it's actually a more harmful form of something to be smoking. But again, we advise against smoking in general. In terms of wine or alcohol, let me just talk about alcohol in general. In terms of alcohol, we have what we call healthy limits in terms of alcohol. And in terms of wine, the healthy limit of wine is about 30 mils. So if you ever go into a restaurant and they give you a big goblet, but only fill it less than a quarter of a way with wine, that is the amount of wine that you are supposed to have per day, so that you know your daily limit. And you're not supposed to have more than 3 servings of those within a week. Just so in terms of wine that you know your daily limit. But once you maintain in terms of drinking a healthy within the limit so we don't go overboard, then we have no problem with it. But if you can refrain from alcoholic beverages, then we prefer you to refrain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez. We have a participant who is eager for you to answer the question, what is the best form of exercise for persons with spinal issues?
Okay, so that's a very hard question to answer because there are various different issues that you can have with the spine. You can have conditions like just arthritis in the spine. You can have a radiculopathy or a nerve impingement of the spine. So it depends on what is actually going on with the spine. But once we know what is going on with the spine, then we can actually refer you to physiotherapy, who can go through the various different exercises and modalities that are safer for you to do and that which won't promote the problem. So if somebody has osteoarthritis of the spine, then we advise them that if they exercise, not to exercise on hard surfaces, to actually exercise in grass or on firm sand, different things like that. We ask them to do more low impact than high impact exercises. So that means nothing that involves jumping or anything that can injure the back. But it's a very difficult question to answer because it depends on the exact problem that is going on with the spine. But once you speak to your physician, they'll find out what is going on and refer you to the physiotherapist who will give you a better modality on what type of exercises you can do. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez. Should persons take blood tests to see what food that they may not be good with their bodies?
I think that would be an expensive venture to go into. If you have funds, if you have availability of those, then yes, you can take it. But for the most part, with most persons, like we say, if you have a healthy lifestyle, more fruits, more vegetables, less refined foods, and refined foods are foods that look far away from the original product. So potato chips doesn't look like the potato and different things like that. So once we have a better diet and everything like that, that should help us in terms of rather than taking expensive blood tests to figure out which food goes with our body. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Gomez. We have here a great presentation. Compliance is the problem. Need continuous reinforcement needs. I'm not sure what the MDT is supposed to be. Are there workshops available at low or no cost?
Well, there are various workshops that are always going on. For example, today, not a full workshop, but it is a presentation that helps to put us in various queues. Throughout the course, there are various churches, different organizations that actually offer different workshops, that offer exercise routine that are free. If you come in the morning, you can exercise. I think one is St. George's Anglican Church that have an exercise routine going that you can be a part of that is free. So there are various things that are going on in the community, but a lot of it is not as publicized as it should be. So a lot of the things you might not know about. I think that we just need better PR in our community to spread the word about things that are going on so we can actually get more involved in the things that are happening. Thank you for that question.
It's a great point, Dr. Gomez. Is consuming wine preferable to consuming beers and spirits overall?
Okay, like I said, everything has to be in limitation. Um, if you're going to try to say that which is the lesser of two evils, um, then I would say yes, it is preferred that you have wine over beer and spirits. But all in terms of spirits, and that is strong drinks such as vodka, gin, those things. Um, your daily amount is actually one shot. So that is a 1 ounce. That is the amount of strong spirits that you are supposed to have in a day. And we know that in the Bahamas, one drink contains about 10 shots. So we already go over our weekly limit, our monthly limit in that one drink that we have. So I think it is more essential for us to know our limits and the amount that we can have so we can actually stay within that limit. In terms of beers, for men, it's no more than 3 a day. For women, no more than 2. And within a week, for men, is no more than 15. And for women, no more than 10 in a week. But if you see that you're trying to meet 15 every week just to say that you're going just at your limit, then I still think that you may need some help and you may need some counseling to get talked to see what is going on. But we prefer you to limit those things that you have. Thank you.
What about smoothies with fresh vegetables and fruits?
So smoothies in particular, I have no problems with, but sometimes what I tell persons, especially if you are diabetic, what I usually tell them is if you have a smoothie, you can have one fruit and as much vegetables as you want in your smoothie. Because we also have to be mindful of how much fruits that we are placing in our smoothies. Because at a serving, we may not eat 10 different fruits at one time, but if we make a smoothie, we can put 10 different fruits in. So I always want people to be mindful of the amount of fruits that they are actually putting into a smoothie because it does add up to sugar. Even though it's healthy sugar, it's still sugar that we're putting a lot of. So I usually tell persons one fruit and as much vegetables as you want in a smoothie. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez. I also wanted to go back and recognize that we also have people from Grand Bahama who are tuning in as well. And we welcome you to this education forum as well. Again, I'm so happy to see so many of our family islands joining in. I would like for this information to be shared as wide, as extensively as possible. So I'm happy that we are able to go beyond the borders of New Providence. We have a few more questions, Dr. Gomez. I heard you can get rid of diabetes.
Oh, that's the question. Sorry. Well, I have a different outlook on that in terms of diabetes and getting rid of diabetes. Diabetes, it falls under the category of what we call chronic non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable means that it's not contagious. You can't just catch it by sitting beside someone with diabetes, but it's also chronic. Chronic meaning that is lifelong and that you will have it for life. Now, I believe that diabetes can be controlled with a healthy lifestyle, exercising and eating right, and even control to the point where you are off of medication and don't have to take medication. But I do not believe that you can get rid of diabetes because if you go back to eating back the old way, more sweets, juices, and everything, the sugar level will start to rise. So you can control diabetes with a healthy lifestyle, eating right, and exercise, but you can't get rid of diabetes because it's a chronic condition. And once you have it, you will always have it. Thank you for that question.
you so much. I see in the chat someone is asking about getting a copy of this recording. We will definitely try and make that a reality, because this is information that should be in the hands of everyone, absolutely everyone. And as Dr. Williams would have said, we have an exciting schedule planned for the entire year. So I want you to stay tuned to when we announce where and when we will be having our sessions. We have our next session that will be coming to you on March 29th. That's March 29th. We're going to be at a live venue for those of you who are here in Nassau to come out and to join us to interact with the experts, ask your questions. And when we have our sessions, of course, we offer refreshments, we have prizes, we have surprises. It's a very, very exciting time. And for those of you who are on the Family Islands, don't worry, we will have you connected via the virtual means. And our next topic is going to be the dark side of diabetes, understanding kidney disease. March is Kidney Disease Awareness Month, and we will be bringing you that information. For those who don't have diabetes and kidney disease, we're going to be telling you how to stay that way. And for those of you who may unfortunately have it, we're going to be telling you what you can do to try and remain as healthy as long as you can living with diabetes and kidney disease. So once again, thank you all very much for joining us for our first Community Education Forum. Have a wonderful evening.